Hey everyone, happy Saturday. Hi Cheryl. You were first today. Thanks for being here. Today I wanted to start by going over this Kelsey Fitzsimmons motion because I thought it's very important to go over some of this, um, especially with Justin lying, as I call him. Um, this was very interesting for me to read. Um, Next week, I think Monday night, Angie, Em, and I are going to be doing our stream finally, just getting into postpartum depression a little bit. So maybe people that don't understand what it is, how hard it is for women to deal with, and worst of all, how hard it is to seek help and um, not be judged at the same time, which is why it's so hard for women to seek help for this type of thing, which is sad. Um, women shouldn't have to worry about being punished for doing something like getting help for something like that. And the shame that some of them feel, and then having to worry about their child being taken away, their baby being taken away, is just it's a terrible thing. And in this case, in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case, what happened to her is just unbelievable to me. And now all of what's coming out about her ex, we already knew that this guy went in without any evidence, without anything, just said, "Oh, my baby's in danger, and you need to take him away from his mom." And most of you guys, I'm sure, already know this story. But with that being said, let's get into this motion. It's a defendant's motion for production of third-party records from the North Andover Fire Department. And in reading it, I was completely shocked at the information, that Kelsey had over this guy. I mean, it just goes to show her character versus his, that she had this type of information and yet, kept it to herself for this long. I mean, getting sent back to jail just for requesting something be a little easier on her body after being shot, going through surgery, having bullet fragments still in you, making it hard to breathe, let alone doing the scram testing. And for her to have to sit in jail for as long as she did and not like take jabs at the man who did this to her before now, and she's not even taking jabs, she's doing it the proper way. I think it took way too long for this information to come out. And in case you don't know, Justin Allian has been put on paid administrative leave, which I think is ridiculous. These departments that think it's okay for people to go on leave and for them to still collect a paycheck is insane. Why is it okay for them to collect money to go on a vacation? It is not, this is not a punishment in any way, shape, or form. Oh, but anyway, here we go. Sorry, that's my feelings on the subject. And funny thing, in all the stuff that I do in the making pictures with ChatGPT and emailing it to myself, that I finally got myself a Dropbox this morning, and oh my God, things will be so much simpler. I do not know why I didn't make one of these a long time ago. Telling you, it is a life changer when you need to share files with yourself. So here we go. Oops, bear with me one moment. Just trying to get this on screen as best as I can. All right. So defendant's motion, this was, oh, there's not a date. It's probably at the bottom, but I believe it was just filed this week. So now comes the defendant, Ms. Fitzsimmons, by and through undersigned counsel, and respectfully moves this honorable court to order the North Andover Fire Department, 795 Chickering Road, North Andover, to deliver all records and documentation pertaining to firefighter Justin Allian of the North Andover Fire Department from January 2020 to the present, including the following: all disciplinary documentation concerning drug or alcohol use in violation of policies, laws, or procedures, including but not limited to positive drug or alcohol tests, disciplinary action for drug or alcohol use in violation of policies, laws, or procedures, or failure to perform tasks due to substance abuse since his hiring. All delivered materials should be accompanied by an affidavit from the keeper of the records certifying that the records are true, complete, and accurate. The materials should be delivered to Essex Superior Court, Criminal Court Clerk's Office on or before March 19th, 2026. As grounds in support of his motion, the defendant submits the following. The motion satisfies all the requirements of Mass R. Crim P. 17A2 and Commonwealth v. Lampron. This motion is further supported by the precepts of Commonwealth v. Wenis, 426 Math 639, Giglio v. United States, 405 U.S. 150, matter of a grand jury investigation, 485 Mass 641, and several others. Reading these, I'm sorry, you guys probably don't need me to read those, so let's skip over the rest of those. Before ordering that a summons issues for such records, a judge hearing a Rule 17A2 motion must evaluate whether the Lampron requirements of relevance, admissibility, necessity, and specificity have been met. Commonwealth v. Dwyer requires that the party moving to subpoena documents to be produced before trial must establish good cause, satisfied by a showing, 1, that the documents are evidentiary and relevant, 2, that they are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance or of trial by exercise of due diligence. Hold on one second, sorry. 3, that the party cannot properly prepare for trial without such production and inspection in advance of trial, and that the failure to obtain such inspection may tend unreasonably to delay the trial. And 4, that the application is made in good faith and is not intended as a general fishing expedition. In order to satisfy the first of the 4 requirements set out in Dwyer, the defendant must make a factual showing that the documents sought are relevant and have evidentiary value, and that potential relevance and conclusory statements regarding relevance are insufficient. Under Rule 17A2, the defendant must show that the documentary evidence sought has a rational tendency to prove or disprove an issue in the case. The second requirement imposes on the moving party an affirmative obligation to show that no other source likely exists for the desired records. The third and fourth requirements of the rule serve as a reminder that the limited purpose of Rule 17 is to authorize a court to expedite the trial by providing a time and place before trial for the inspection of the subpoenaed materials. Here, the data sought is exculpatory relative to the witness's ability to perceive and recollect, and is reasonably calculated to potentially lead to admissible evidence on the witness. The defense is amply justified in asking for any and all information concerning prior misconduct, drug or alcohol use bearing on ability to perceive or recollect for cross-examination. The documentation is relevant to show that the complainant's accusations are not credible and constitute relevant, powerfully exculpatory evidence. In surveillance video recently returned to the defense team, attached hereto as Exhibit A, representative sample of hundreds of clips, hundreds, mind you. The witness is seen on camera smoking what appears to be a marijuana pipe or bong hundreds of times. Now, let me first say that I am not pushing or putting anything against people who, smoke pot. It's legal. But if you are a first responder, this is not responsible behavior. That's my opinion. But there's a reason that these people that are in these kind of positions, have drug testing. The information in the records, documentation of drug use and drug testing is not obtainable in any alternative admissible manner, and prior inspection is necessary for a fair trial. The information requested is based on the personal knowledge of the undersigned after viewing the aforementioned surveillance video. Finally, the records sought are not a general fishing expedition into immaterial areas. For the foregoing reasons, the defendant asks the court to authorize the clerk magistrate to issue a Rule 17 subpoena compelling the production of the records as listed above. The requested materials are necessary to protect the defendant's right to due process of law, a fair trial before an impartial jury, confrontation of witnesses, and the ability to produce all evidence and proofs in his defense under the compulsory process clause, all as guaranteed by the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Articles 12 and 14 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. Wherefore, for the foregoing reasons, the defendant respectfully moves that this honorable court allow his motion and issue a court order attached here for production of the above described materials from the witness's employer at the North Andover Fire Department. So this was dated March 9th, 2026. Of course, Tim Bradel. Respectfully submitted, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Now this, let's see. I didn't go on. I read the motion part, which I was definitely interested in finding out more about these videos and what the testing was, the requirements, or is it mandatory certain time testing? Is it do they also have random testing? I haven't done enough research to answer that question yet. If anybody does know, please let me know. Is the chat working? Is anybody here? I just realized that nobody has been typing in the chat. So I don't know if nobody is just chatting today or if the chat's not working. Sorry, I just noticed that because I was reading a document. I didn't even look until just now. Oh, Sarah, there you are. Sarah. I'm I went straight to reading a document, and then I was like, okay, is someone else I guess I should make sure you guys can all hear me, right? Did I not just talk in silence, I hope? Okay, Sarah, someone let me know you can hear me. Okay, Sarah can hear me. We're all good. Okay. I'm like, tell me you just didn't spend the last 15 minutes talking to myself. Like, okay, we know the chat's working and you can hear me. So we're all good. All right. Maybe people just can't chat at the moment. We're all good. Well, thank you guys for coming. Um, but I was very interested in this. I was shocked that this information took so long to come out. I feel bad. I mean, even worse than I already did. That poor woman, poor Kelsey, sitting in jail all this time. She tried to play nice for too long, in my opinion. Um, the fact that this kind of stuff exists and it's only coming out now is insane to me. So this is just an affidavit of counsel. And of course, this is the court order for the Rule 17. So it is hereby ordered that North Andover Fire Department, 795 Chickering Road, provide the following records to the clerk magistrate of this court upon service of a Rule 17 subpoena issued by said clerk magistrate on or before March 19th. All disciplinary documentation concerning drug or alcohol use in violations of policies, laws, or procedures, including but not limited to positive drug or alcohol tests, disciplinary action for drug or alcohol use in violation of policies, laws, or procedures, or failure to perform tasks due to substance abuse since his hiring. Now, in bringing this up and going over it right now, what bothers me more than anything, even the fact that Kelsey kept this in for so long, is that obviously the fire department, North Andover Fire Department, obviously is hiding. They know about whether they know he abuses drugs or has, come up with positive testing, because the minute this comes out, bam, he's on paid administrative leave, which again, like I said, 10 minutes ago, I don't think that he should be paid. Going on a paid vacation is not punishment. Hey, Jeannie Lynn, thanks for coming. That's why this makes me beyond angry. Oh, hey, Cheryl, welcome back. I saw you were first. And then I saw no one was chatting, and I read through the entire Rule 17, motion, and I'm like, I didn't see anybody chat. And I'm like, okay, can people hear me? Or people not chatting? But we're good. At least I know I didn't spend 15 minutes talking to nobody. I mean, to a muted screen or something. Okay. Now, what also, I don't know what, I also saw Nurse Kim. I watched her this morning go over some shit, I guess, last night. And I don't know what she was reading from. I didn't go back and check. I was going to try. Of course, he shouldn't be paid, but what can we do? Yeah, nothing. Unfortunately, nothing. Besides talk about it and tell people over and over that people, you do not pay, you should not pay people to not work. You're giving them a paid vacation for something that's supposed to be punishment. Hey, Scott. But what I wanted to know, does anyone know what Nurse Kim was reading from last night? Because I found it severely concerning, more than a first responder smoking pot, because it's the least of my worries. I mean, I don't think any first responder should be partaking in these kind of activities, but it's my opinion. I have nothing against using these activities if you do it legally. They're legal and apparently can be fun. Unfortunately, I don't get the same kind of fun from it. Otherwise, I probably would partake in it. But apparently, there's some reports that Justin Lying, as I call him, is somewhat of an alcoholic. Apparently needing cooking wine to avoid withdrawal, which I thought was pretty eye-opening to this guy's problems. Not to mention him supposedly taking Kelsey's Ativan, which is used for anxiety. It is a benzodiazepine. It is milder than like a Xanax, but used for the same kind of purposes. It is also used to, when people go into detox, specifically from alcohol, to avoid going into the tremors, into the DTs, you give them Ativan. Because people that go through withdrawal that are severe alcoholics, they can have, and same with benzos. But see, there's a catch-22 there, because if you overtake benzodiazepines and then just stop taking them, you can have a seizure. Same with alcohol. But the accusation that I saw, Nurse Kim talking about, specifically him taking Kelsey's Ativan and needing cooking wine at work to avoid withdrawals, tells me that this guy has a really severe alcohol dependency going on. And if that's the case, alcohol isn't something that you can exactly hide, because you can smell it. So people around him must know that he drinks a lot, if it's true. Hey, Maylin. Yes, cooking wine. Isn't that disgusting? Like, can you imagine yourself being so desperate to avoid withdrawal from alcohol that you're drinking cooking wine? Like, disgusting. But all of this, like, the reason it sounds more than just throwing some shit out there to see what sticks, it sounds like this guy has a serious problem. I mean, it all tracks. If you're stealing Ativan and you're drinking cooking wine and you're doing these things to avoid an alcohol withdrawal, you got a severe issue. And now he's been put on administrative leave. Like, you can't tell me his work didn't know about some of this shit. Woohoo! Maylin's stuck in our chat fridge right now. Woohoo! I don't either, Maylin. Cooking wine isn't really even for cooking. It's disgusting. I mean, if you're going to cook with wine, you can get some really good wine for cheap. You don't need to use cooking wine. I mean, go get yourself those, 4 packs of mini bottles of some Pinot Grigio. I mean, it's really good to cook with, Pinot. It's really yummy. We know a person would drink cough syrup. Yuck. The sad thing about that is, when they used to have the cough syrup that was prescribable, that had hydrocodone in it, which is the main component in like a Vicodin or a Norco, I knew someone who would drink an entire bottle of that shit, who was addicted to opiates way back in the day. And that shit is disgusting. I have one person in my extended family who has some severe issues with Adderall. Adderall and opiates, which is what I was going to say, which was going to lead me to, I know exactly what can happen to someone who snorts Adderall. and who overtakes opiates and combines the two. Because that is apparently another accusation at Justin lying. He apparently has partaking in a little crush and snort of some Adderall. And if you're crushing and snorting something, you're not taking it for the pharmaceutical benefits. Okay? Okay. Potty pads down. Woohoo! I know. Uppers, downers, and some candy corn. I mean, really, like, this guy has some, yeah, I was just going to say that, Jeannie. We got, me and you have, our like minds are insane. He's got some serious issues. I mean, if you have to take uppers to come off the downers and then take downers to come off the uppers, and then you're just taking everything out of the candy jar because you just need something to take off the edge at some point, like, you got problems. And it makes me sick to think that there are people out there that knew. If all of these accusations are true, and even if, let's say they're what's the word? Not enhanced, but like exacerbated or made bigger than they really are, which I highly doubt. But let's just say that. Even if they're made, he's still got problems. And you can't tell me that no one in his work circle, and, well, his family circle is a whole nother issue, but that didn't know that he had some sort of problem and just kept it a secret after everything that he did to Kelsey, who did the right thing, by the way, who sought help for something she was struggling with, when so many women suffer in silence because of the shame and because they're afraid of what happened to Kelsey will happen to them. She did it anyway. She wanted to get healthy. She wanted to be there for her baby. She wanted to go back to work. She did it. She did the work. She sought the help and did the work. And then this kind of scum piece of shit gets to do what he did to her, who did the right thing. He's doing all the wrong things, and yet he's the one that gets the reward of this. What kind of world are we living in? Like, this is the shit that drives me absolutely insane. As if enough stuff from this case didn't make my blood boil. This just tops it off. That is what we call candy flipping. Oh, in the rave scene, I gotcha. I never went to a rave in my entire life. I was never a partier, I'm telling you. I've never been, but I've witnessed it. And I think that's a partial reason too, is that, I worked in the mental health field. I worked with people with substance abuse. I worked with people in the corrections, department. I've seen a lot, not to mention, like I said, I have one family member, extended family member in particular, who has had severe issues with lots and lots of drugs, specifically opiates and Adderall. And, I think by now he's completely schizophrenic. I mean, it's insane. He's bonkers. You went to a rave when you were in the Navy? I did them sober. I guess if you go to something like that and people watch, it could be fun. Sober. Oh, there. See? We have so many great minds in this. We all think alike. It's so funny. But I wanted to talk about this because, in case I can reach even one person who hasn't heard this, I mean, I think most of us have already, but if I can reach one person who hasn't heard this, it will spread it to one more person who hasn't heard this, that we can shine a light things, people being rewarded for doing the wrong thing and people being punished, beyond punished for doing the right thing is just, it needs to stop. Chicago, ooh. Sarah wants to rave. Woohoo! We can have a rave in the chat. I don't know how much fun it'll be, but I want to rave with BLT. I finally saw BLT Media in the chat the other day. I can't wait till if and when he brings back more videos. Does a great job with those. He would be fun to rave with. He's back. Awesome. Nope. I didn't get any messages yet. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to bring up my YouTube so we can get back to the trial. There was something else I wanted to go over, and now I can't remember what it was. Detroit raves and San Diego festivals. Yeah, Detroit raves, like, I have not, like I said, I've never been to one. However, I have friends that have been to them, and I've seen pictures and heard about them. They are, I mean, Detroit gets pretty wild. And when I tell you, like, when I make that comment that the fucktards wouldn't know what to do with themselves, they'd shit their pants if they got dropped in Detroit, I'm not kidding. And I'm not talking about downtown Detroit, which they've redone and has come a long way in the last, 15 years or so. I mean, I'll tell you this, like, I used to do Uber when I first bought my car in the summer of 2021 to offset my payments, because I bought it in the summer, after COVID started, and cars were back ordered like 6 to 8 months because of the chip shortages and shit. I had to buy something off the lot, which was overpriced. So my payment was higher than I would have ever wanted. So I started Ubering on the side as a way to make some extra money and offset that car payment. And I used to get riders all the time, like not creepers in a way that they looked creepy, but guys who would get in my car and the first thing they'd ask is, "Aren't you scared to drive this area as a woman?" Like, no, should I be? Like, I carry a sharp something under my leg, and it's going to go right in your carotid if you try to attack me. So is that what you're saying? But like, people that live around here, if you live in this area, like, the areas that you don't go. Other than that, like, driving around Detroit area, and especially Metro Detroit itself, it's not a big deal. But if you're not from the area and you don't know where you're going, good luck. He will. When he has the time, he probably has to dig for the pictures too. Yeah. Back in the day, the underground stage. Oh yeah. Like, it's my brother, he was a skateboarder in high school, and then like in the ska kind of scene back then in the late 90s, He used to go down to the Majestic, and what's the other one? It's not the same. They've all changed. I mean, they're all like hippie now. They're not like what they used to be down there. What's the other one? Damn it. I can't think of the name, not the other one, that's downtown. Oh my god, it's gonna bug me, but I'll think of it. Hey, good citizen, thanks for coming. Hi, Sarah. I love how your username. Mine would be Tara. Your son is too. Oh, is he what? Is he like a skateboarder? Or we have twins. See, good citizen. You have to change it to Tara and Sarah. Yeah, he's a skateboarder. Cool. Like my brother was like huge into skateboarding and the ska. He played the saxophone. He was even in a band, in a ska band. It was called the Scholars, but with a K. Skolars. He had a good song too, one I really liked, but that was a long time ago. I don't know why. See, whenever I want to think of something, it's going to drive me nuts. But as soon as I stop thinking about it, it'll come to me. But that bar that's in downtown, that's in Detroit, it's not the Majestic. It's the other one that's more like the, because that's where my brother, like he met Eminem way back then when he was in the, doing the rap battles and shit. He met a lot of people. See, now my mind's stuck on it and I keep trying to go off it. So I stop thinking. The more I think about something, the worse it's harder to remember. All right. So we went over this. I need to get to YouTube. Bear with me while I get to YouTube. We left off yesterday. Come on. After Bukkake, today we get to see as one hero, or Nicholas Barrows will be testifying, and then of course after that we get to see a piece of shit scumbag, Michael Proctor, which is going to be our next big one. After watching Bukkake yesterday, I'll tell you, I am definitely in St. Andrews. Thank you, Sarah. You're the best. Yes, that's the one. Appreciate you. It was gonna drive me nuts. Good citizen. My son is watching my granddaughter trying to get a ball under the couch. I don't know if he got it, but she's unhappy. I am in bed taking a nap and found you guys live. Well, great. I'm glad you joined us. Hopefully you can just relax and listen and have some. Oh, the shelter, that's another one. Yes. But St. Andrews was like the big, like, that's where my brother always went, was St. Andrews. The shelter was another one. That's why I said the Majestic, like he didn't go to that one that often. That's just the one that kept coming to my brain. And the Majestic, I don't know, like if anyone knows, like in the Detroit scene, like what it is now compared to what it was 30 years, 20, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it's not anywhere near what it was. Hey, Kevin from South Boston, welcome. Oh, May Lynn. He's having a bad reaction to the pillows I bought. We got him new ones, but the cooling pillows did their damage. Oh, I'm sorry. Aw. Well, my thoughts and prayers that he's doing, he'll get some Benadryl and whatever else he needs and feels better really, really soon. This trial really hit me as I am the temp guardian of my granddaughter. I am the paternal grandmother. Oh, okay, yeah, both my sons and his girlfriend are teenagers. Lots of drama, but different. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. Like, um, it's hard when, especially I haven't been through that, but I witnessed it, dealing with it in my job. Um, and I had a couple family members who had children really, in their late teens and stuff. And my one cousin in particular, she had some issues. She did really well for herself after a couple of years of getting better and doing things, but like my aunt had to take over, guardianship and stuff like that. It's definitely a difficult thing, and there's always different you know reasons for it. But I bless you to all of you, grandparents who do that, who take in their grandchildren to, help out their kids, and if they need to help their kids get better to get their children back. And I mean, bless you, because some, grandparents don't do that or aren't around to do that, and those kids end up in foster care or runaways. Or I mean, it's just a I worked in mental health for so long that parenting, no matter who's doing the parenting, is the most important for our children. You have to do right by the kids, or else our future is going to suck. Kids learn by watching. So it doesn't help you to just say things to your kids. You have to practice what you preach in front of your kids. Oh, he wouldn't let you go with him? Aw. Well, sometimes men just have to be, a man, and you know what I mean. They don't wanna they sometimes they just can't show their women their their um their vulnerability. So when they have those kind of days, my biggest advice is just let them have that kind of day. Yeah, I wonder too. Like, I did he get like a rash, or was he just itching? You just had your first kid at 40? Wow. See, I couldn't imagine. I had my son at 26. He's 22 now. Or 20, I'm sorry. I had him at 24. I got divorced at 26. My bad. I got married at 22, had my son at 24, got divorced at 26. It is what it is. But my son's 22 now. I just turned 47, last Saturday. And I couldn't be happier that this is like a time in my life right now. I'm single. I do what I want when I want. And I'm just enjoying life. My son's out on his own. As I tell you guys, I'm so beyond proud of him. He's got a great job. He's got his own place. He plays, it's all his own bills. He's doing great. And for the society that we live in now, where so many kids grow up entitled and um, lazy, I hope that at somewhere things start to turn around, because for the next generation, if they continue to go like just raise it, the most thing is entitled, like everything should just be handed to them, we're going to have problems. So he has hives and a bad rash, and it's starting to split. Ooh, ew. I'm so sorry, Malin. Definitely get him some hydrocortisone and some Benadryl. Yeah. Hey, Moni. I'm so glad you guys are all here. Thank you for joining me today. Yeah, that's ew, gross. But I definitely hope he feels better soon. They'll probably give him some prednisone. The steroids will help with inflammation. Kevin, at any age, being a parent is awesome. That is so true, Maylin. So don't get me saying like having mine, already out of the house and all to deter you by any means, because I mean, raising my son was the best thing I could have ever done. Best thing I could have ever asked for. Oh, teething me is not allowing me to sleep. Ugh. I'm sorry. Yeah, but if you don't have one of those ring teethers, you gotta get one because they are lifesavers. You throw them in the freezer and you let them chew on it. Oh, does wonders. And make sure you rub that good baby Orajel. I'm 55, never married, no kids. I have a condo in Waterford, but I stay with my octogenarian parents in the house I grew up in. You're good, Moni. I mean, hey, everybody has the right to live. This is okay. I preach this every day. You need to have levity in life. You need to find a way to smile, laugh, all those things, because in a world, especially the one we live in now, where you're bombarded with the tragedies of the world, the stresses outside, you need to do what makes you smile and laugh. Find those moments. And there is nothing wrong with not having children, not getting married. There's nothing wrong with getting married, having children. And like, no matter what you choose to do with your life, just make sure you find a way to be happy in it, because we only live once. We don't get to come back. This is it. So you have to make it work for you. You have to give it what you want out of it. And as long as it makes you happy, makes you feel good, you're content, then it doesn't matter what you do. Taking stepmom application. I accepted wife, kids, was 18 when married. Now 55. Now daughter 44, son 39 on their own. 18 when married. Oh, you are okay, gotcha. 18 married. I got you. So you have a daughter and a son, and both okay, gotcha, on their own. Awesome. Maylin says, let me write up applications for you. Wife still living with him 36 years to present. Congrats. I need to sell my condo, but all my adult life, I always have an exit escape plan. I need to get over it and sell it so I actually have money, but it's the only thing I have to show. I'm scared too. Hey, money, I get that too. I totally get it. I mean, I lived with my mom again. Post my last breakup, I lived with my last ex-boyfriend for 3.5 years. Thought we were gonna get married. We talked about it, blah blah blah. I had to go back to my mom for a little bit, just so I could transition into a place. But if I had had my own place, I don't know, like, what I would have done, because when having to go back to my mom at that point too, helped me help take care of her, because this was, a few years prior to her passing away, and then it was like, at least I got to spend that extra time with her too. But I get you. Like, it's a scary thing, especially something as big as a condo. Like, if you had your own home, a condo, and that, like, to let it go. I totally understand. I don't know. I'd probably have the same as you. Because even though, it would save you money, give you money in your pocket, like, it's always nice knowing that you have that spot for yourself if you need it. Taking stepfather of teen boys and step granddaughter. Sad I don't get to go out. Aw. I always wanted to get married and have babies. It was just never meant to be. Well, Moni, don't say never, especially on the married anyway. Now, you said you were 55. You never know if you're going to meet someone who has a kid. I mean, they may be a teenager by then too. But I say every day, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, it's crazy how some things can come out in your life. You think it's going down one way, and out of nowhere, in a split second, it completely changes. But whatever you do have with life, you just have to, you have to make it, work for you. Whatever you have, enjoy what you have, make it work for you. And that's it. I mean, no matter what. I mean, look at the world we live in. I keep saying that, but I mean, even today, like, I went, just one of the YouTubers I follow, just to get, he's the only one I watch regarding news, because it's just so depressing to read the news. I used to subscribe to Apple News, and I told myself I couldn't wake up one more morning and read another article about a school pew pewing. I couldn't do it. So whatever you do inside your bubble, inside your life, that can give you any sort of happiness and contentment from the world out there, that's all I recommend. Just doing whatever can give you some of that'll make you smile, enjoy the days. Kevin says don't sell it, because you just never know what's going to happen, I mean, I kind of agree, but I didn't really want to give my opinion. I mean, because it's just like, I've been in a situation where I would have loved to have my own place, but I've also been in a situation where I would have needed the money. So I could go back, honestly, back and forth with that all day long. Kevin says, depends when you bought it. If it was more than 2 years ago, I'd hold on to it. I didn't watch it. I don't think any newborn parent should do it. Do what? Did I miss something? Damn. Yep, adapt and overcome. Perfect. 100%. Yep. Can't say it enough. We're here once. We don't get to come back. No guarantees. Exactly. 3.2% interest rate on the mortgage I have now. It is much higher. Yeah. Oh, Good Citizen is listening to the, 30 minutes ago about the cooking wine. Yeah, he does. Sounds like Kevin, you sound like a wise money guy. That's something else I need to do. Talk to a financial guy. Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't really give any advice on money. I mean, all I can give advice really is live within your means. Do not overspend. I do not have credit cards. I do not have anything that I truly, I mean, okay, I can't say that. I have a few things I truly don't need. Of course, everyone does, but nothing extravagant. The biggest advice, live within your means. Know how much you make, know how much you can spend, and live within that. If you want to buy extravagant things, then do what you need to do to save that money. My recommendation, do not go out and get a credit card with like 20% interest rate. You're just going to be paying for it for the next 20 years. There you go. See, Kevin is a great finance and investing guy. So everyone, that's my recommendation. Hit up Kevin from South Boston. Good Citizen, you're behind, sweetie. But I'm sorry. She was not functioning. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, see, dealing with alcoholic, it's hard. Any sort of drug addiction is definitely a hard thing. Whoa! If that's true, Moni, what the hell are you thinking about selling it for? Can I buy it for? Can I just take over your payments and move out of my apartment? Oh, Good Citizen. Yep, you are behind, but that's okay. Don't get a credit card. Don't do it. There you go, Maylan. Get a younger guy and train him right. All right. So now that I've made it through and caught myself up on the chat, we are going to get into Nicholas Barros as soon as I find it.
Good morning.
One moment, please. All right, here we go.
This home sir, do you ever give the court and jury the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
I have to say, Maylan, my ex-husband was 8 years older than me. My next serious relationship after my divorce was he was 8 years younger than me. No, 7 years younger than me. And my last boyfriend that I was again with for 3.5 years was also, he was 9 years younger than me. So I went from older then to younger, and I ended up having, kind of the same result either way. So that's why at this point, I'm just all good. I'm just enjoying life. I'm a retired paraprofessional. I live very meagerly within my very small pension. Nevertheless, I know I'm blessed. Aw, Moni, you are blessed. Everyone here is blessed. We have a great community. We have friends in, and we're definitely going to have to meet up soon. Us Michigan peeps, Sarah, Katie D, Moni, me. Kate, Sarah, I know you're not in Michigan, but the next time you come back to Michigan, if you do, we're going to have to, I'll meet up. It'll be so much fun. Oh, great. You're a good citizen. You're caught up now. Lord help me. I am operating on no sleep. Hey, you're good. You're in good crowd here. Don't worry. I barely ever sleep. I think it was Sarah who asked me the other day, when do I sleep? Like, I don't. That's the point. Whenever my body lets me is when I sleep. And I barely get, 2 hours of straight sleep. That's 2 hours is calling it a good day of straight sleep. Yep, Moni, you are a blessing to us, 100%. Oh, Kevin from South Boston says, just being honest, but I'm a great time. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Oh, stop it. We're all talkers here, remember? I'm a licensed plumber, but I studied finance in case my body stops working. Well, there you go. Everyone's got to have a backup plan, right? See, Kevin from South Boston's lacking sleep too. We all are. I'm sorry, man. See, you guys get me. See, this is where my mind goes when I see someone tell me they're a plumber, but see, I'm trying to rein it in a little bit, but then someone in my chat says exactly where my mind went and says, you know how to lay down the pipe, don't you, Kevin? He's a professional at laying pipe, all right. Oh, it's too funny, you guys. What happened with what, Sarah? Me laughing? Oh, it was probably Kevin's comment. Oh, Sarah. Oh, yes, you did. I said us Michigan peeps have to get together. I mean, I know you're not in Michigan now, but if and when you come back here. But Katie D and Moni and me, we've been talking. We got to get together, us three that we know are here in Michigan, and we're all in this pretty close area. Yep, Kevin. Skills and money sense, total package, and a sense of humor, which rounds it all out. I'm waiting for BLT to sweep me off my feet. Aww. All right, let's get into it. Nicholas Barrows' testimony is actually pretty short, 12 minutes, so we're going to listen to his in real, well, maybe I'll put it at least on 1.25 speed. Here we go.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
It's pretty sad, though, and telling that the one hero of this trial's testimony is only 12 minutes. And everybody else is pieces of shit is 2, 3, 4 hours long.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros.
And how are you employed, sir?
With the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011,
Please
14 years
don't
this December.
Drive a white Jeep.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
Did you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Oh,
Now,
and before we get totally started into the trial, of course, I've got to put my total grift on. If anyone, and I thank everyone who has sent me donations. Several of you have done that so far. I totally appreciate you. I am still waiting for my over $600 from my freaking mobile company to be put back in my bank. Sucks ass. It's bullshit. They took this money. So I'm still, I got a few groceries that lasted me a couple days the other day, thanks to Sarah and whoever else sent me PayPal. Now with Buy Me a Coffee, I didn't know because I got some really great donation, especially yesterday, from Annie. Was it Danny or don't know? I don't remember now. I'm so sad I don't remember. But sorry, I got a great donation. And Buy Me a Coffee. You don't get those donations paid out to you for 7 days, and then it takes 3 more days after that to hit your bank. So anyway, if anyone would like to donate to the channel, I have my PayPal QR code up in the right-hand corner. I have my PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee links in the bio. If anyone would like to send PayPal, I can order me some pop and juice and at least something to drink in my house. I just used my last Keurig pod for my coffee this morning. And yes, thank you, Dodo. Sorry, Annie gave me one last week. But Dodo, yes, she gave me an amazing donation yesterday. I mean, she made me cry. You guys are amazing. Just being here, I can't say it enough. You guys just being here and hanging out with me every day, making me laugh, having chats is more than I could ever ask for. My PayPal, Kevin, is in my ticker at the bottom. And it's also, the link is in my bio description. Thank you, Scott. There it is. But truly, like, you guys, even not having, money this week, for almost 2 weeks now, God almighty, and barely having anything to eat or drink for a week. I mean, you guys got me through it. Like, I mean, spending 6 to 8 hours streaming with you guys, like, it goes by and I'm having so much fun. It's like, it isn't even a big deal until I get thirsty, to be totally honest with you. And I've drank so much water this week. Like, I normally drink a lot of water anyway, but I normally put water flavoring in my water, which I'm obviously out of. And all the water that we've been shooting down with Lally's, what if any? I just want a Coca-Cola. That's it. I am hoping that with them saying, 7 to 10 days, that if we hit Monday will be the 7th or 6th business day since they gave me my confirmation number of returning my money. So I'm praying to God by Monday I should be all good. Crossing my fingers. But anyways, Sarah is Lord Morg's apprentice. I have noticed that. We have to do the Lord of the Rings, like, in my Discord. We talked about that because I haven't watched it, and I think watching it with other people will finally get me to watch it. That's what we need to do. That'll be so much fun. I don't know what that is, but okay. Oh, Kevin from South Boston just sent me a PayPal. Oh, you guys are the sweetest. Did you put in a note? Nope, but Kevin, thank you. I appreciate you more than you will ever know. Like I said, you guys are the best. I can't thank you guys enough for just being here, hanging out with me, and making my days just so much brighter. It's amazing. I am so blessed to have you all. I just want you guys to know what you guys truly mean to me just by coming and hanging out here with me. You have no idea. I love you all. We're gonna get into Barros's 12 minutes testimony. I think he should have been on the stand longer, but of course, he's not going to be, dragging on his testimony by giving a bunch of excuses for why he won't answer the question, which is why his testimony is, I'm assuming, so short. But let's give him the attention that he deserves. And I'm going to go order me a Coca-Cola. Woohoo!
At some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there. And they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Read residents.
All right. So, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
And the Read residence was at a William and Janet Read, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing the vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor.
Yes, how's Brando doing, Kazi?
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in.
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explaining to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, how did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made
Hey, good
contact with the
citizen, I hope
homeowner.
you feel better soon.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in
Get
the
some
driveway at
good
any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Read that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side
Well,
area?
I have a question. Why did Lally call him? Did he not know that Barrows was going to say this? He is a legend. He's awesome. Oh, he comes up on your suggested Facebook. That's so awesome. I'm sure he didn't. Yeah, like it just shocks me that Lally didn't realize what he would just said. Like, I was waiting for Lally to come back with a different question after Barrows just said it wasn't fully damaged, it was cracked. Yeah, I don't think he did prep really anyone except for the McAlberts.
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter of the panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there. Is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct?
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination. All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
Wow, I'm surprised the defense didn't ask him anything. Like, I mean, I guess they probably really couldn't ask him besides to reiterate what he just said. That's right. I remember seeing that, Kazi. That's right.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Well, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's
Kazi, I
Office in the
get
Homicide Unit
Totally understand
within the
that.
Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. How long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For about 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrate software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7
Yeah,
a.m.
good citizen. I watched the first one that she did with Corey Hopkins. That was awesome. But I'm refraining from watching them now until I finish the trial, since I haven't seen the trial. You know, I'll be definitely excited to go back now and watch them.
Unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes,
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48
He's a housewife
that
now.
that Saturday morning, advised that
I don't even
Canton
think
PD
that
had
anymore.
a
His wife
male
wants
party
nothing
that was
to do
discovered
with him,
in the snow
as far as what I hear.
outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lynn.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Oh, of course. you
Firefighter
are.
Flamati
You allow
informed me
everything
that
for them.
Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do, or where
Well,
to go, or what the next steps should be?
More than a medical situation.
So there's a couple different
always
steps.
thought more of
Number
that
one, it was
in the
blizzard
first 10
conditions,
minutes.
and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles at a four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
And I went over this on the map on one of my streams a while ago, how close he is from his home to the police department. Gets a call at 8 o'clock. It takes him over 2 hours to go. What is it? 3 miles, like 5 to 7 minute trip. What the fuck were you doing?
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
Yeah,
No.
I mean they always let
So you
here's
arrived
the
at
end
Canton Police
for
Station
the
about 10 a.m. or so.
prosecution. It's ridiculous.
When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry
Well, I'm
Roberts,
glad you're back
Jennifer
for a few
McCabe,
minutes at
Karen
least,
Read.
Cheryl, thank you.
He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022,
I didn't when I went on the map, I didn't realize that. So he lived in between. You know, that makes it even more sus, as the kids call it now. I hate saying it, sounds weird coming from me, but it sounds so suspicious. 2 hours it took him to get to the police department.
Were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe, or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Read, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Read?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Read in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
He's a real
Now,
peach.
with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that day of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place
Yeah, they
just
couldn't
at the
go
grand
anywhere
jury
near
across the
this
street.
case,
It was
ever.
the Currans. I had some difficulty
Like, I don't know
locating
what.
them, so when they appeared for
When
grand
you
jury,
conflict it out,
I interviewed them
that means you don't
one-on-one
touch, you don't
by
deal,
myself
you
prior to
don't
their testimony at grand
nothing.
jury.
And
You attempted to
Kelsey,
meet with them
100%.
prior to them coming to the grand jury, is
Like,
that correct?
I just,
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that?
correct.
it's so
Or they
much
were responsive
shit
to the summons, and so you interviewed them before
in
they
this
went into the
case
grand jury,
that
correct?
Yes.
starts with that kind of
Other
crap.
than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there
Oh, yeah,
receiving
we-
treatment for Section 12.
Thanks for
And
coming.
two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And in your application, did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike them fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
yes. We observed one black sneaker with a Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved
Get
situations
your
where
words out,
pedestrian was hurt by
Lally.
motor vehicle?
While I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
It was about 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at Ty Barrows.
Procedure.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes,
And are you aware of what, if anything,
Exactly,
was recovered in the
Kazi.
area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that CERT team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well
He
saturated.
makes me want to like pat his forehead and his
The
bald
right
head with
sleeve
a
had
handkerchief.
some cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall.
Could have taken an
Those were the
Avivax.
observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the
Yeah, and
hospital,
Lally
later
is
time,
just
did
going to
you
ignore the
have occasion
fact
to
that,
observe
Proctor
surveillance video
left it
from a variety of places on
clothes
the evening of
in his
January
car.
28th into the early morning of January
no
29th,
chain of
depicting Mr.
custody.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary
Yeah,
value that you then?
I talked about the sneaker yesterday.
Generally, if
I need to
we take an
see
item for
those.
evidence,
need
we'll
to
put it in
see it.
a brown paper bag, document
Those
it,
pictures.
time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area.
Cooper's.
From there, it'll go
Cooper.
to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized
sirens are
subsequent during the course of your
protect- oh, wait,
investigation,
hold
did they
on.
go through?
Hold on a second. I need to get new sounds on this thing, but I swear I have a siren, don't I? Oh, yes, I do.
that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before.
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
after. I
Hey,
believe.
Oasis Cat.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Mechanic and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and
Yeah.
having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
Piece
So
of
you
shit,
had called Ms. Reed,
Proctor.
spoken to her, and informed her that you
Trooper,
were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
Proctor.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Mechanic and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long the drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah,
Was it dark when you left your house?
weather conditions were white out, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
It's a scrivener's
And
error.
when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Mechanic's truck, is that correct?
Douche.
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Mechanic position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Mechanic went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of
Okay,
along
Cheryl. Oh, you're
snow,
going bowling? Oh,
pointing
I'm so jealous.
essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And
Have a
at
good
some point,
time.
did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrows or Barrows.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
The snow
As
is
you're
up
walking,
to your waist?
up the
Did you
driveway.
seriously just fucking say that? Oh my God. You know, Lally, you forgot to ask everyone else if it was fucking snowing. And then this guy, snow up to our waist. I could barely trudge through it. Oh my God. Oh my. James. Oh yeah, I've been playing with those. I keep forgetting I have them. So when I do, I start playing with them, having fun with my sounds. I need to add some. I need to download some fun ones off the internet.
Towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Read, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that after you finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call of the seeking introduced and admitted as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's barracks?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I can take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some
Yeah,
damage
never
that you observed to the right
say
rear
Deaver,
passenger side area, is that correct?
never.
Yes.
Can you
Fortunately,
describe
isn't
to the
in
jury
this
what it was
process.
specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had such large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large
Yes,
living room
we
area.
are.
Miss Reed is seated on a couch,
Yes.
and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you
Oh my God.
terminate that conversation, you come back outside the home, is that correct?
I
Yes.
hope
And
not.
where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the
They
tow
didn't
truck.
say he
Now,
knows
in addition
where she
to
works,
the defendant's
but
vehicle,
he
what if
didn't
anything
say
else
where,
was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
or at least what
After
she was
confirming
doing
the
now.
phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we're seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked
If she
Miss
came
Reed
out with the
specifically for
truth,
some of the
she could
friends
probably
that
make a lot of
Mr. O'Keefe
money
was
for
with
that
at CF
interview.
McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode,
What if anything?
and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We
Proctor,
follow the tow.
really? Let's hear that again.
Cloud. This prevents that.
Putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you
Wow, looks like Proctor didn't take his own advice. How much shit did they get off his iCloud? 13 years of shit? Something like that? Right?
secure the phone, you secure the
Ask.
vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport there?
Yep, so we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far?
But again, Canton was conflicted off, and the snow would have melted inside a garage.
As the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton,
You obviously
or
didn't
at the
care
Sally
about
Port
it
garage,
getting
or at any point in time that
smashed
you
to
were
bits.
in the presence
You
of that
didn't take
vehicle,
any
what, if
pictures
any
of it
contact did
before
you
it got
have? What, if
towed
anything
to the
did
garage.
you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sally Port area, how was that?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sally Port Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sally Port area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that. Is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
Oh, and yet they
And
did
how was that
anyway.
communicated to you and Sergeant Mechanic?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort
Us worried that the whole
to work on these
freaking
cases.
MSP
And
is
essentially, the case
you.
officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
The Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital,
You didn't secure it.
the additional
You left
sneaker
it in your
found at
fucking
34
car.
Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the holding items and the other items that you secured beyond cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes,
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs in more
I'm so glad that
serious situations in a homicide, for instance. They'll actually take video as well as death fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document it, correct?
Yes,
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the
I
South
highly doubt it, Oasis Cat.
vehicle.
He
Correct.
thought he was, I think he thought, nope, everyone's got my back. Stupid moron didn't realize that everybody was going to shove him right under that bus. Yeah, as far as I know, someone's auctioning off her Lexus. Isn't that the case? And yeah, it's bullshit. She was ordered to get her phones back, and yet they can still hold on to them for their stupid appeals, which is just bullshit. Lally was bullied by Proctor. They wing it the whole time he's on the stand. Oh, yeah, for sure. Lally's just a wuss, dude.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each
Thank
of
you,
those
James.
instances,
I thought so.
if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any,
Oh,
differences
wait,
or
what
what, if
did
any,
he just say? Hold on.
area on the passenger side in between there for the search warrant execution? In the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yes, with the assistance of a Canton police officer who was
I don't think
at an
anybody's
auto body
thought
shop,
about
so
that.
he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. My apologies, Your Honor. With court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Port video. Ms. Yeoman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022, at approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area Canton Police Department and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run from here for just a few minutes. So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sustained, you moron. Oh my God.
Oh,
Are you trying to squeeze
I'll
that
strike if there
in?
wasn't anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Holy shit.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question. Yeah. How does he know that? Just sustain.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there's a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike active.
It's going to run it for about 9:24.
What a douchebag. Oh my God.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if Trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there.
I definitely agree with that,
Anyone
Tony.
like-
It's
sir, do you
like
recognize that?
they're Lally asking for, the shit he needs. Proctor's like, yeah, when I get to it, fucker. They all are like, well, you'll get it when you get it. Deal with it. Lally too much of a fucking wuss to say, I need it right now. Go to fucking do it.
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
Uh-oh, Kevin from South Boston. You better spill the tea. What's going on?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with a number associated with it. It also indicates fragile.
The answer
Evidence
is
tape
nothing,
that is
James.
initialed and
He didn't do
dated as well
shit.
for when it's sealed up. And
Didn't even
the
get a
sticker also says
fucking
passenger
glove on.
side TA, indicating tail light.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
544,
Oh, mama.
544A. Thank you.
I love the way Baker says it. I can't do it justice.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Drink that water, Proctor.
Trooper Proctor, do you
Getting
recognize what's up
more
on
and
the
more
screen that's been marked as
nervous.
Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Newman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that day, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and it was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you?
What was
I know you
Jen
mentioned on the
McCabe
3rd, but
doing at
beyond
your
the 3rd,
house, sir?
Those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag. Kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were
Hey,
located on the 3rd?
AMG, thanks for coming.
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged
You
from
just said
30 degrees.
close to 2 feet had fallen, so less than 24 inches, but yet what was it, 10 minutes ago? He's like, the snow was up to our waist, man. I mean, it was so much snow, I couldn't get through it. We had to, dig our way through. Holy shit. Now it's less than 2 feet.
It's up to 60 degrees, and there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
Present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you
okay.
recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Ms. Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could post that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 150.
Keep your teeth brushed in case ice cream trucks
Trooper Proctor, with
outside.
regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Ms. Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what many vehicles you observed in this video and whose
Hey,
vehicle.
Katie.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Ms. Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come closer, come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast to the white snow.
Please tell me if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And for what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
Sarah, I'm
The front is
sorry.
the first picture is the front
Yeah,
door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also
the windstorms have been horrible. If those of you that don't know, Katie and I and Moni all live in the same area, kind of southeast Michigan, and we have had some crazy ass wind weather here. I think all of us had a power outage at some point yesterday. It's insane. And yeah, she had the storm we had a couple weeks ago took out her privacy fence. Oh, your last night's winds now took out the gate blocking the driveway from the yard. I am so sorry, hun. It's even more you got to deal with. Oh, I'm so sorry. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Now we can't let the dog out in the yard. Oh, I'm sorry, babe. And of course, Ohio peeps. Yes, I know. I got quite a few people around here. I got Maylin and Crispy Tree in Ohio. I got Suppo is across the Windsor Bridge in Ontario, Canada. So got quite a few around me. Can't wait till we all get to meet up and hang out. It'll be so much fun. Like after this case, I can't help but wonder how often they fix cases for their cop buddies, family, and friends. Yeah. Do you all think he was a selective bad cop or constantly incompetent? No, I think they're all corrupt at this point. Yeah, all the ones that come from the long line of cops, where their dad, grandpas, uncles were all cops. I mean, it's just a big boys club now. They all look out for one another, and then if you're not part of their family, they'll throw the one of you under the bus to save the rest of them. I don't blame you there. True. Still have a roof, so you're doing better than some, definitely. I mean, I think they're both. I mean, they're definitely incompetent, but I also think they're corrupt. So, I mean, I just think he's part of a corrupt force, that the whole law enforcement, and it's not just one agency. It's over and over and over in Massachusetts. It's crazy. Your power is out for 12 hours. Thankfully, my power outage didn't last that long, but oh, so sorry.
Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Tom, I'll seek to introduce in a minute the next 10 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now the marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date,
What's the,
February 3rd,
hold on.
Name report, please.
Okay.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes,
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Brooke Drum.
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit
Oh my
560?
God, I didn't.
Yes, those are the
wow.
2 garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
When did you find that out, good citizen? Says I found out that Proctor and Tully were investigating my sister's death. It was crazy after watching this trial, and I had to do a FOIA request asking who investigated, and they were reluctant, but got it. Oh my God. I wouldn't want them investigating even my worst enemy's death. It'd screw it up. I'm so sorry. Did you? Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. Did you, did they find, I mean, has it been solved? Your sister's death? I sure hope so. Now I can't get my stupid thing to unpause. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you
Well,
have occasion
hopefully
to
that's
return
able to
34
help you out a
Fairview Road on
little
those
bit.
days?
I did.
And
If your-
you mentioned a little bit
if your
about some
dad
changes
had
in the
some,
weather. What, if anything, sort of
you know,
evolved as far as the
stamps
weather
in the
was
city
concerned
there.
between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway?
It's just, they can, the Massachusetts State Police, they know how to do their jobs, is what it is. I mean, there are other cases like the Walsh case and that where they actually knew how to, do chain of custody and fill out logs properly and not make a bunch of scrivener's errors. Took them 10 months after her death. That was complications to morbid obesities. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. It's crazy. I hate it, but it was 10 years ago. Oh, I'm still, my heart goes out to you, hon. My mom, her death was, she's been gone almost 3 years now, and I still cry about it when I talk about her. I miss her so much. It's not easy.
Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole, because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because it was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Maria. Oh, sorry for your loss. It doesn't, when they're your family, especially if they're family you're really close to, I don't think you ever
Mr.
really
If I
get
could
over it. You
keep
just learn
succession,
to
if I could
deal
ask
with
you to
it.
please
I
open the
think
bag
you're a little
with
better.
respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there
Oh
as to
my
their contents?
God. Good citizen. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's
one large
like,
piece
that's
of plastic colored
horrible.
red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road.
I'm so
front
sorry
lawn,
your
left
son
side.
had to be the one to find her like
Thanks. If
that
you could please
because
move
some
it.
other irresponsible person was irresponsible, for lack of a better word. Wow.
Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, Recorder, any objection? We can go ahead and open.
One object, but I don't know what's about that.
Go ahead and open.
Yes, Your Honor. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
All right. So
No.
go.
I
Michelle.
don't need a motion. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
Sure, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items.
It's all those magically found
You could,
tail-light pieces. Ridiculous.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness read
Yes.
the items.
Yeah. She's like, yes, before he was even finished talking. Jeez. We must meet our daily White Claw. Or monthly hour White Claw there. Yeah, exactly. Pieces I broke off myself and planted all over the
Thank you,
place.
sir, if you could turn those items back. Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective days.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what day to what day?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
It was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number, and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Someone logged in. I was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive. So it does not have Miss Read arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Read's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Read looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if the video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
You
When it's
cannot
strikeable.
say what someone told you, you idiot.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware
Drink that
of
water there.
forensic evidence in relation to the taillight house
What's that dry
that was
mouth you got
introduced
going on?
earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Mechanic with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Mechanic and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Mechanic made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular test.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, do you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just the swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and he gets swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, what I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs, or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there
Oh, I
witness
can't
interviews
wait
that were
till-
conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you
Well,
weren't
who
there for
cross-examined
those
them?
particular witness interviews?
Alan Jackson?
And each of the interviews that you're
Are you
aware
ready?
of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Can't wait till
Now,
I get a hold of him.
With respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels' maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over at my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin. And I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
As senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on.
Everyone who's
mainly our kids.
watching, do you know who cross-examines
Now-
Proctor?
As
Did I
far
lose
as
everybody?
Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview
I
them in
cannot
relation
wait to watch
this
his
incident?
cross.
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was
DJ,
present?
believe,
when you
okay.
interviewed?
And Sergeant
Thank
Buchanan.
you, Maylin.
And do you recall where you interviewed, where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert and Colin Albert,
I don't talk to mine hardly
how would you sort
ever.
of describe your
Although he
relationship
just
with
doesn't
them
like
prior
me.
to January 29th, 2020?
That doesn't
I'd
help.
classify it as
Thanks,
acquaintances.
right?
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Oh,
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Dad
sir.
needed our White Claw really
So-
bad.
With reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2020?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been at my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert?
We may be adults in age.
Just
but we
casual
can act like
conversation,
children
cordial, and just-
sometimes.
Typical conversations, hi, how's it going? Things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships or lack thereof that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Buchanan, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask you to keep your
you-
voice up,
you
maybe
did
approach the
not.
microphone a little
You
closer.
did not. You
And
did
just
not.
with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically, that the Alberts are my sister's friends. That I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the
The
Alberts,
only
who
connection?
specifically within
Like-
the Alberts are you talking
like,
about
it's no
that had
big
a
deal.
friendship with your sister?
That there's a
Julie,
huge
Chris, and
connection,
their son Colin.
between the people in that
Now, with
house
regard to
that were not
the
investigated.
investigation that
were
you were conducting
treated
and
like-
the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to
They
your interviews
couldn't
of them specifically or the
possibly
investigation in total?
Zero.
have had anything to do
Absolutely
with
zero
it,
impact
so
on this
We're not
investigation.
even gonna go look in the house. We're not
You
gonna
want
do
me to approach?
anything
Yes.
right by this.
Sir, I'm
this
showing you a document. Do you
unfortunate-
recognize that?
Yes.
unalived
And what
cop.
do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread
Pisses me off.
labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone
Yes.
and different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
Oh,
It is.
no.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are
You need some
sort of the
fragrance
participants
now?
in this particular text communication?
The several numbers that aren't identified, the three that are
I only
under
have
kind
tequila
of nicknames
here.
me and my buddies have for each other.
Generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far as way as Tennessee.
Now, With reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Come direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page
Oh my
2527.
God.
You see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
Everything's a joke.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular.
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you
He's
respond to that at
getting
approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid 40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid 40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Maybe a motion.
Sure.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text.
Oh, that's what you
stating
call
what's that.
Walmart? Okay,
don't
I
have the book
wondered
anymore.
what Wally
You respond,
Worlds
is that correct?
was. I'm like, we don't
Yes.
have that here in
What is it that you
Michigan.
say
What's
there?
that?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532.
Problem with those brand ice creams, the store brands, even decent stores, most of the store brands are full of crap. Like the ingredients aren't sugar, milk, and flavor. It's all artificial shit. So I won't eat it.
There's a Message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
Oh, he
And
read that so fast. I
What, if
mean, I know
anything,
this
were
is on
you saying, or what was the
1.25
purpose of
speed,
that text in
so
regards to the home?
not very fast.
I was just
So
letting him know that
he wants to
essentially
get
Mr.
through
O'Keefe
this
is a
so fast.
Boston cop and the homeowner was a
Holy
Boston cop as
moly.
well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533.
Just wait for what's
And top of the
coming,
page, sir,
Proctor.
if you could
You
read
take
through that
it
page as
hold
far
of
as
you.
who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was beaten
Actually,
up.
I do sometimes. I do. I use my son got this ball, like it's like a they made like this your own ice cream maker like ball that you put, you know, rock salt in the out like the interior part of the ball, like in the lining, and then in the center of it you put your ingredients. I use milk, vanilla, chocolate, and whatever, I forget what else, you know, sugar or whatever the regular ingredients are. So seriously, I do. And what it does is you're like my son and I used to do it when he was little. Used to play ball with it because you need to shake it. You need to constantly roll the thing. So we'd sit on the floor and roll it back into, you know, when he was really little. This was like our fun thing to do. He'd have so much fun. And then he could eat the ice cream out of it. It was so cool. So yeah, I do. And I don't eat ice cream a lot. Like I said, I don't really eat a lot of sugary things, period. My Coca-Cola is my sugary sweet most of the time. But when I do eat ice cream, I only buy it when it's on sale because the ice cream is so expensive for the, you know, the basic good ingredient stuff, which is the what is the brand that I always forget? It starts with a H. Hudsonville brand, I think. But I only get it when it's on sale. Because at Meijer's, they go on sale like every 2 to 3 weeks. You can normally get like a gallon of ice cream for like $3.99. So it's a really good deal. It's not really fancy. It's like only like it's like a pint. It makes like a pint of ice cream, but you know, it's just me now, so who cares? Someone told me they had one of those new kinds where you just put ingredients and it does all the work for you. I'm going to get one. Yeah, I should get one considering that's like how I make it, but I just do it when I'm like I'll just sit on my floor and I'll put my laptop on my little coffee table and I'll just roll it back and forth with my hand while I'm watching YouTube or something. Now that I don't have a son to, you know, roll it back and forth with me now. I mean, you know, he's too old to do that. He lives on his own. So it's okay. You can be fancy. Oh, well, thank you. Because trust me, I'm not fancy in any way, shape, or form. I'm a t-shirt and sweats or a t-shirt and you know, the flare black stretch pants kind of girl. Not flare, boot cut. I mean, I rarely even wear jeans anymore because I just like to be comfortable. I do like to cook. I don't like, see, like when I was talking earlier about finances, I live within my means. I do not order out. I order DoorDash for groceries. That I pay my $9.99 a month so that I can get my groceries delivered to me because I'm on the second floor of an apartment. It's hard for me to do stairs, especially carrying groceries. And that's what I do. I don't order out like, I mean, rarely, like maybe once a month I'll get a pizza. And that's about it. But I live within my means. I'm perfectly happy cooking. I love to cook. I like to bake. So yeah, I enjoy it. You have one that you just put the ingredients in and let it go. It is a 2-quart. I made pumpkin pie ice cream last. I don't like pumpkin pie, I'll be honest, but I do like pumpkin spice cookies. I have a great recipe if anyone wants it. I have like a friend gave me the most excellent recipe for pumpkin spice cookies with homemade cream cheese frosting. I made those last year. They were so good.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
Oh, you're good.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Oh, you
Yes.
caught up. Okay, cool.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that
Moni
page.
putting a
indicate to
song
the
in my
jury,
head. And of
who is
course,
talking and what is being
I
said.
don't know if that's a different song.
My friend in
but
Tennessee
I sing it
states,
as
okay,
all
that's
the
fucked up.
single ladies.
I respond, intentional or not.
But with the
Uh,
fancy.
Then another
replace.
response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's
Right,
another animal we
stuck
won't be
in
able to
my
prove.
head now.
And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
Anyone speak out loud or out of turn?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor.
But
if I
What
could
the
say this, there needs
hell?
to be an identifier of who's
I
speaking.
understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as
just
goes.
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
Oh, so he had it all figured
So
out.
it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
hmm
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 26.
Wow, giving him permission to
2535.
just read
You
it.
indicated
out.
50, correct?
God almighty.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
Oh,
That Miss Reed had struck
got it
Mr.
right.
O'Keefe with her
Yep,
vehicle.
that's exactly how it went in my head. And now it's stuck there.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had
He's shaking,
compelling
dude.
evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please.
He
Trooper
doesn't
Proctor,
want
jurors
to
can't hear
keep
you.
it up loud. He
Yes, Your
doesn't
Honor.
want anyone to hear
Number ending
this.
5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a number series of responses. from
Oh,
yourself,
I bet
correct?
AJ
Yes, sir.
right now is
Yep, so these
just
came from me. From all
itching
accounts, he didn't do
to
anything
get up
wrong. She's a
there.
whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it.
Are
You have
those
to,
your
so
words,
these are your
Trooper
words, Trooper Proctor?
I
Yes,
do
Your Honor.
Go ahead
remember
and say
that.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in the private or any type of setting.
Oh, really? Yeah, you really
Sure.
read it. Oh my
At some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content
Right.
of those communications
Oh,
are.
guys, my DoorDash is here. I'll be right back.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to? Sir?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, and that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that
Oh
you
my
had
God,
with members of
Ronnie.
the Canton Police Department?
Now
One communication was to
Proctor's
coordinate
pressure cooker
interview times for firefighters and police
head
officers and to
and
set up a
abs.
conference room where those
Ugh.
interviews could be conducted.
You're kinking up.
Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Ah, damn it.
I'm showing you another document. Does that
Check out my
recognize that?
Before bringing it,
Yes, I do.
tried to open it.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
Hey, Barbara, thanks for
8:30, that's
coming.
August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an
By the
indication
way,
as far as how many
I'm working
number of
on our
messages were
picture
sent
of the
between yourself
day.
and your sister over that time period?
with
$2,865.
and her
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages.
and Proctor.
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It's a text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
Sorry, guys. I freaking clicked out of StreamYard by accident when I was trying to wipe up my laptop. They got splashed with my pop when I tried to open it. Bear with me a moment. Let me get Proctor back. Now what I do with my freaking mouse, man? I'm a mess today, I'll tell you. See, I had everything, and then I get up to get my DoorDash, and now I'm just. I think it fell. Oh, hold on. There it is. All right. Hey, Shelly. Here we go. All right. I was saying, hello, Barbara. Thanks for coming. Sorry. Even like time I apparently like screwed up my stream, and I'm just a mess. Swiper shipping. I thought it said swiper swiping. Oh, you were swiping. Yep. Yeah, I couldn't take Proctor anymore. Yeah, I oopsied. Yep, I'm back. Swiper swiping. Shelly, so glad you guys are here. Dagnabbit, delicious Coca-Cola. Why must you be so sticky? I know, right? Telling you. That's why it's like you can't, even if it's just a couple little splashes, which thankfully it was, you can't leave it there or else it's just going to get nasty sticky. And so I had a piece of paper towel and I tried to just wipe it. And the next thing I knew, wiping that little freaking mouse touchpad on my laptop took me right out of StreamYard. Okay. Let's get my shit back together. What I get on DoorDash? Oh, I ordered some groceries because I'm still minus all that money waiting for my stupid mobile company. So thankfully, Kevin from South Boston was so nice to send me some PayPal. So I ordered some Coca-Cola because I just needed some sugar and caffeine. And then I ordered some more cheese and noodles to make some more homemade macaroni because I still have some milk left and butter. And that lasts me a couple days. And then I got some peanut butter and bread because I have jelly in the fridge. So I have everything I need right now to get me through the next couple days. We're good to go. Yes, that's my grift. If anyone wants to help me out, my PayPal and my Buy Me a Coffee, which I'm truly grateful for, since I can't get a Cash App. I'm not getting a Venmo since I already have a PayPal. But the Buy Me a Coffee, as awesome as it is, it takes 7 days for the payout to be available, and then it takes another 3 to 4 days for it to transfer to your bank account. So that's another check that's basically every 2 weeks. But I appreciate you all just for being here. You can hit the subscribe and the like button and share it to anyone who isn't subscribed yet. I would be totally grateful. Hey, Barbara, I'm so glad you guys are all here with me. And Shelly, thank you guys for coming. Melanie Little does it every now and then. We understand. Okay, good. I've never seen her do it, but I don't feel so bad then if she's done it before. She's a pro at this. I mean, she's been doing these things for a long time. Nope. I have to take a picture. I don't have a picture of Judge Bev Canoni. So I have to find a spot where I can snap a screenshot of her. Unless someone has a picture that can send it to me in Discord of Proctor and Auntie Bev, because I really would like to make a picture of that for us today. Pee break. I'm like Auntie Bev having the claw. There you go. Enjoy your Saturday. Now, she's the one I would see that would be sipping some cooking wine for those to avoid some withdrawal. Well, I am a hot mess, so you got what you wanted. I hope. Shelly's a hot mess express. I'm right there with you. Oh yeah, Auntie Deb being he's freaking hilarious. His impersonations and his songs, I mean, they just crack me up. But like I said, I don't feel so bad if Melanie Little does that. Now I just have to get back to Proctor.
When your sister
From the sounds of it, my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
I know.
So I texted my
all
sister
of
at work.
you, like all of you who sent me donations already, you have no idea what it's done for me, considering what I've been going through money-wise with my mobile company, hijacking $600 that didn't belong to them for so long. Had I known, I think I would have put off doing the streaming, because then I had to pay for the StreamYard, which then Sarah and Katie D were so helpful. And was it, trying to think who was one of the first? Katie D, Sarah, Jeannie, Lynn, Dodo yesterday, and then It was Annie, I believe, was the first one. Was it Annie? I'm pretty sure it was Annie. So you guys that have sent me these, and now Kevin from South Boston, you guys have helped me immensely. Even with the small donations have made a huge, huge impact right now. You've literally helped me buy groceries so I could eat. Considering what my fucking mobile company did and screwing me over the way they did. But with that being said, more than anything, and I say this every day because I want you guys to know truly that it means the world to me that you guys just come here and hang out with me every day, even if you've seen this trial, to watch it again and just have fun in the chat. I truly appreciate you. Stomach bug, is that what you call it, Proctor? Yeah, he's about to talk about it. I rewound it a couple because as I flipped, spilled my pop, then flipped the computer off, and then I missed a couple questions. So I want him to hear this. I am super excited about his cross-examination. So I want to make sure I hear all the direct, just so I'm ready for the cross. Oh, cheers, Moni. I gotta say, when you go, when you go without, caffeine for a little while, or sugar, or both, especially when your treat is a combination of the two, my Coca-Cola it's like heaven when you finally get one after not having one for a while. Aw, I know yours is better, but I'm very suggestible. I heard mac and cheese, so I made some Kraft. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Kraft brings me back to being a kid, and Kraft macaroni is cheap. So, hey, I make Kraft macaroni too. Because I can't stand Kraft macaroni and cheese reheated. So it's like a waste to make a box like that. But my homemade stuff it's really easy. It's a simple recipe. I got it from my grandma. When I was growing up, I always loved going to her when we went to their house for Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving. She always made the mac and cheese, and it's my absolute favorite. You're addicted to coffee? Yeah, that's how I am with my Coca-Cola. I have to have one a day at least, but I had one the other day when I got groceries. God, now I'm getting mixed up who sent who, what, when. But when someone sent me the other day, I think it was Katie and Sarah, they both sent some through PayPal. Whoever sent through PayPal, because I can use it immediately. I ordered groceries that day, made mac and cheese that lasted me the last few days. I bought a 2-liter of Coke that I used to use sparingly. Tried to use sparingly. And that's what I did today. And then I also bought peanut butter today. So we're good. You haven't eaten yet either? Oh, you need to go eat. Grab a snack or something while we watch. Grab some popcorn if you have it. If you want, this is definitely going to be a good show. I have not seen it. I don't know how many of you haven't already seen his entire cross. I've seen obviously bits and pieces, but I am truly excited to see it in full. Some nutrients. Yeah, I did. I also bought a bunch of bananas. That's my fruit for the morning. And they had a bag of potatoes for $1.99. And I still have eggs. I always have eggs in my fridge. That way, one way or another, I can always make an egg for some protein. Yeah, you need to eat, Shelly. So please do. I do the same thing, Shelly. When I'm stressed out, I don't eat either. And I always have people telling me, but you need to eat, you need to eat. But when you're stressed out, especially if you're at the highest stress and it doesn't calm down, the cortisol that your body is putting out can go one of two ways. It can make you eat a ton, or it can make you not hungry at all. And I tend to go the not hungry at all, so I get you there. But try to eat something. What I do, and that's another reason why I buy a jar of peanut butter, because even if I don't have bread or jelly for that matter, having a couple teaspoons of peanut butter is filling and good with, good for your protein, some nutrients, and it's not a lot of food. A couple teaspoons and you're good to go. At least you get something in you. I still like SpaghettiOs with the little, oh my God, James, that's too funny. I did for a long time too. But there's a reason I don't eat those anymore, and I'm not going to tell you so that you end up not eating them either. I won't do that to you. Do I have an? Yeah, I do. I love Aldi's. Yep. It's not close. Like my Myers and Kroger are within a mile. But in Aldi's is it's like 2.5 to 3 miles away. But I can order Aldi's off DoorDash. And I normally do Aldi's when they have, because they like once every like 2 or 3 months, they have on the DoorDash, it's like get 40% off your order of $60 or more. Yeah. I love that.
What's up?
All right, here we go.
She responds, what? Why? I respond, I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe. Said she knows you.
And they knows you. Who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, you. It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working? ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you have with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669.
Yeah, see,
Again, if you
I
could
just
read
saw
from
your
that page as
comment,
far as,
Scott. For anyone who, when you're not hungry but you need to eat, because trust me, if you don't get some sort of nutrient, protein, especially your protein, your body's going to start shutting down. So getting even a couple teaspoons of peanut butter goes a long way. It's definitely a good way to go. Extra hot sauce. Ooh, oh my.
talking and what the content is.
Katie.
My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
Thanks, Moni. Now I got another song stuck in my head.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
That's what I'm doing
Yes.
right now.
And again, if you
I
could
literally grabbed a
read through as
spoon so
far
I
as
can have a
who's
couple
speaking and
while
what
I'm
content of
streaming
those
until I
messages.
go make some
I texted my sister, what's up?
make dinner.
She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark. I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you had received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this
It's not the
context of this
point.
conversation, or why that's being discussed?
Former trooper.
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676.
Does anyone remember like the month that he was
And again,
at
if I could
first
ask you to start at
suspended
the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who's saying,
before he
who's
was
speaking and
fired?
what they're talking.
Any chance?
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep.
I'm sorry, because citizen. She's 10 months old. She added Paramount. Damn. But tell her I need to borrow it, though. I need to catch up on my Criminal Minds. The only reason I miss my Paramount, because when Criminal Minds came back, Revolution or whatever it's called, I forget what it's called. Revolutions? I don't remember now. I freaking love that show. And I keep waiting for Matthew Gray Goober to come back and play Spencer yet again. I would be so excited to see that. So I've seen every single episode, every single season up until this most recent season. I haven't seen any of them. So no spoilers if anyone's seen this season, because I don't have Paramount. I will get it when I can afford it and watch it then. But I'm super excited to see it. Because you don't get our gifts, do you? Former pooper trooper. Yeah. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Get those controls set up, stat. Uh-oh, Katie's procrastinating. Just decide to make something quick and then have it ready, and he'll think that you started on time.
And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to document, sir, if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m.
Even a better
I text my
idea.
wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Read was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife,
Me too, Shelley. I'm a lifelong procrastinator.
Again, unprofessional
one of those
messages I
kids
should not have sent.
in high school that did my homework before school the day it was due. Like, I was really bad. And I still graduated with a 3.5 GPA. Just think what I would have done if I even took AP Calc and passed my Calc exam. Just think what I could have done if I actually didn't procrastinate.
I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
May I approach the retrieve your own?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
On the document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
I
So
did
this
too,
is,
Katie.
16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe
He
never
doesn't
went
want
into
to
Fairview
speak
Road.
up, okay? He doesn't want to speak up because he's embarrassed by what he's saying. He doesn't want everyone to hear this.
We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed
And he knows he's full of shit.
her broken taillight, the missing
Yep.
taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene.
Right, Katie?
The
A bunch of
compelling evidence pointing
procrastinators
directly
sitting
at
in the
Miss Reed that she struck
white
Mr.
YouTube
O'Keefe
chat.
with her vehicle
Shocker.
led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
So
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to
because what he
page
said about Karen
2632.
was a joke. Right.
And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate who is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I said out without a doubt, he's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough. Should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond,
You
you
laid
two
out
did
the
it. She would have
entire
made it
case
accidental
for her.
or natural causes.
And
Isn't
can you
she
explain
the
the context
medical
of those
examiner?
communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is a medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Because I'll address the conference calls Sgt Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. Even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, as far as
Thank you for
attending the
stopping
autopsy, is that
by,
something
Zach.
that typically someone within your office would do within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Mechanic not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper
Episode
DeChico
of
bust each
what?
other's chops. Is that fair
Shelley
to say?
asked
Yes.
Zach.
Can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me.
Meeting
which
her in person, you were
we do
going
on a
to
daily
goad
basis.
her into saying what you wanted
As far
her
as
to
your
say?
interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Yeah,
Or
right.
may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Don't give another document asking if you recognize that.
Yes.
Do you recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
TDD, you're not fat. Shut up.
And as far
Work
as your
out
indication
every
there,
day,
as far
which
as
is
she
more
was
than
a
I
whack
have to
job, who
do.
are you referring to there?
Ms. Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking
Mary
about, what is sort of
B.
the content of the context of this conversation?
That would be the
Thanks for
manner of death
coming.
was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job.
How's the
who do
healing
you believe you're
going?
referring
Shelley
to?
asks. Mary
Again.
B.
Read or the medical examiner?
Ms. Reed.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
They're handing you another set of documents. You those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Gaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the
I
number of
hate that
messages
name.
Indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper
I'm the
DeChico,
most boring tourist.
494.
It's loud
fair to
and
say the documents
obnoxious.
before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, your
That's a
stomach
message sent
sleeper,
from,
Mary B.
Trooper
I'm so
Gaskowski,
sorry.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a
You definitely can't get comfortable then if you're a stomach sleeper with that injury there. Oof. The cast you got on and that. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm so sorry. Do you have a recliner? Because a recliner is like, I know for people, like I'm a side sleeper. And the only time I could ever get comfortable when I had my hip surgeries, because I wasn't obviously allowed to lay on my side, I had to be propped up against one of those, what do they call it? Wedges, medical wedges, the foam wedges. If you have a nice recliner, they can it's probably the only way to force yourself to get comfortable when you can't lay how you want to lay. Yeah, we all love you, Mary B. You're a side sleeper too, Shelley. Yeah, I can't sleep unless I'm on my side. And like even when I first got home from my first hip surgery, you had no idea how bad I wanted to roll over on my side. And then I could not fall asleep because I just wanted to get on my side. I couldn't do it. Even my mom was helping me. She would help try to get me all like propped up on my wedge, and my body just could not get comfortable. I wanted to roll on my freaking side. It's just when you're a specific sleeper, like when you have a comfortable position, whether you're a side sleeper, a stomach sleeper, a back sleep, whatever it is, when you can't sleep that way, it only makes trying to sleep that much harder. You're a side sleeper too, KDD. I don't know how they can either. I don't know how people sleep on their stomach though either. See, like I have larger boobies, as Baker calls them, BEWBIES. You know, so like trying to lay on my stomach, I just smack and it hurts. Can't do it. I've tried that. Oh, with the pillow between your legs. Okay, so I've tried that, but I always wake up in pain because my leg is doing things it shouldn't. Yeah. So do you have, Mary B, if you don't have one of those foam wedges, try to get one. They do help quite a bit. They kind of force you to stay in one position when you have to. They make it a little bit more comfortable. Maylin's a side sleeper too. Yeah, I still have to because of what I have going on, my CRPS and the nerve issue I got going on in my lumbar and my sacral spine right now, because I have a bunch of tingling and burning in my right leg. I've had for God, almost a year now. It's so bad. It comes and goes in waves, but I mean the tingling is kind of always there. But the burning that I get, like it feels like my leg, like the blood in my leg is on fire. It is awful. And so when I sleep, I have to, at least I start with a pillow between my legs, like right between my knees, but it ends up gone within probably 5 minutes of falling asleep, I bet. That's the problem. I can sleep on my side too, but not on my back. Yeah, I can't sleep on my back at all. I can't sleep on my stomach at all. So, like, I'm literally a side sleeper. Like, I can't sleep any other way. It's awful. That's the best way to try, Mary B. Just keep trying. You'll find something that works at some point. Or sooner or later, you're going to be able to sleep how you used to sleep. So I just hope it's sooner that you at least find some comfort somehow. See, that's the point. Why do you want to sleep on your stomach if you have to add a pillow to underneath your body? Like, I just bought my mattress just after I moved into this apartment. Like, this mattress is comfy. I don't want to screw up having my comfy mattress and having my body all out of whack just to put a pillow under so I can sleep on my stomach. Like, sounds like too much work. We'll see. I see the ortho doc on Monday. Okay. So figure out what the next steps are. Yay. You said really quick, you said you have to, the plate is coming out, but you have to keep the screws. Is that what you said? Why am I getting it? I feel like I'm getting that backwards. But either way, did they say how long you have to keep the plate in for? I'm assuming probably 6 to 12 weeks. Well, you know, we're all rooting for you to heal up quickly. Yeah. I'm not sure when the plate comes out, but I'm not sure anytime. I'm sure not anytime soon. Yeah. Most plate, like, I think in the patients that I've seen and dealt with plates, not a lot. We do mostly replacements, but we do get, like, in the winters especially, we get like slip and falls breaks and skiing and snowboarding breaks, leg breaks. And so I see in the wintertime is when we see that kind of stuff more. But I think like the average, I would say, of the people I see that get the plate removed is like, I think it's like 8 to 12 weeks. Sometimes it can be, I think I saw someone have to have it up to 16 weeks, but I think she was doing things that she was like really wasn't supposed to be doing. Like she even cut off her own cast and everything. She was a difficult patient. The people that cut off their own casts, it's surprising how many we get. Like, it's insane. And then they come back to the office and we have to put a whole new cast on. It's like, you just made it worse for yourself. Like, makes no sense. Oh, Mary B, we are all glad you are doing good. If you need anything, you let one of us know. Okay? And everybody, if you haven't seen the thumbnail yet, I posted it for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, 10:30. Be here or be square. Mary B is joining me. God, I'm a poet and didn't know it. Mary B is joining me tomorrow night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we are going to talk projection, psychological phenomenon called projection. It's going to be a good time. Lots of, I think it's going to go petty, but that's just me. What about you, Mary B? I can't help but think showing the prime example of projection is going to keep me from, being petty tomorrow night, but we shall see. You have plates and screws in my humorist bone. It works. I'm praying for you. Do you mean your humorist, or do you mean or you playing on words? Yeah, you would never take your cast off, but it isn't. Yeah, I get it. Like I get some of them, but it's always like the dumbest reasons. Like they cut it, like they take it off for like the stupidest reasons. And especially the one in particular that I was talking about, she not only took her cast off before she even had her surgery, then she took her cast off after surgery. She literally did it 2 times post-surgery. So she kept having to put her cast back on. Her surgeries kept getting delayed, all because she just couldn't, it was just bad. Bad. And she was just one of those ones that was always bitching and moaning about, not healing and this and that. And it's like, well, it's because you're doing shit you're not supposed to be doing. You're not listening to, what you should be doing to heal properly, okay? Okay. Can't wait to join you. And yes, we will have to get petty just to get the message fully across. 100%, Mary B. You got it. It's going to be so much fun. Yeah, because I've been holding in this shit for way too long. I haven't talked about any of this on the live streams since since Crispy Treat and I talked a couple weeks ago, and I have so much I would like to say. All right, I guess we should get moving on the rest of his direct. We're almost done here. Then comes AJ. So we got 6 minutes left. Let's go.
Wait, Santa Claus?
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. I may approach just to point it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
What a
Again, a
douchebag.
regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
A regrettable comment.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, "That's her. Smoke." Trooper Kukowski again, "What'd she say?" I respond, "Said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross." Trooper DeChico, "Oh, fuck her, bitch."
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. Can we do another set of documents to recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Why?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
It makes no sense sometimes. I swear
And
to
who are the
God.
troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sir, if I could.
Yeah,
direct your
exactly,
attention
Mary
to,
B.
Page 2682. You see a message sent
It's
from
the
Trooper
quickest
DeChico
he's
on
talked
August
his whole
17th,
testimony.
2022 at 9:42
He wants
p.m.
to get it out.
Yes.
And is that an image
And
contained on the
pretend
next
it
page,
didn't
which is
happen.
2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August
have a
17th,
picture of
2022 at
Yannetti?
9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Hold on. Oops.
There's a response from you to the next page.
Be from
What is the image of?
Get an
On the
image.
next page, which is 2683.
yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to
What
the
is
next
he-
page,
What is he
2684.
sending a picture of Yannetti for?
And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go the date and time again, please.
Page
Chico
2684,
is the worst no ass
8/17,
bitch. Yeah.
2022,
It's
9:44 p.m.
disgusting.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly am.
Look how fast he
No.
said that.
With reference to the
Barely
investigation at this
understand
point,
him. I mean,
you're talking
yes,
about his
I'm
client's
at
phone, who you're referring to,
1.25 speed,
Misread.
but
and with
that
regards
doesn't speed it up
to
that much.
the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant from Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as
Distasteful
thoroughly as
joke?
possible because I came across some
Wow.
text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Carino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Carino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for news or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Ms. Read's location data, text communications, Google
That's
searches,
not
things
the
of that nature.
question that he
More
asked
evidence
you.
contained within
He
the phone.
asked you if you were looking
And so,
for
sir,
news.
You mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Read and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right. So I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Oh. All of a sudden you care about interrupting his cross? Bullshit. Oh, I'm so excited for this. I can only assume by the bits and pieces. I
Trooper
saw
Proctor,
that
in the summer of
AJ
2022,
turned in a
August
new one.
17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kukowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Read's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Read in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said it going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
Oh, I thought I gave him that to him.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kukowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar. May I have that,
Of
please?
course.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentlemen?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Unetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Read. Again, Unprofessional language.
Oh,
I'm asking
again,
who you were referring
Of
to.
course,
Miss
you
Reed.
gotta say it. It's
Who was it you were referring
unprofessional.
to as a
You're only
retarded?
saying
Miss
that
Reed.
because you
Karen
got
Read, the woman
caught.
sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it,
Yeah.
right?
You
Objection.
go, AJ.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
What?
After you referred to
It
my
is
client
offensive.
as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer.
Poor Mr.
Correct.
Reed
Correct.
having to listen to
And what
this.
did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Read had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's all right.
Oh, really?
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him. No.
I'll let it stand.
Did you seriously just ask that?
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking
Hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta see his face when he
into
answers
Karen
it.
Read's phone? At almost
What do you think of him now? He's sitting right there.
I still absolutely, sir.
Awesome.
hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him. No.
I'll let it stand.
Hey, giggles. I don't care
What did
for
you
him.
tell your
No.
colleagues that you were looking for
I
as
don't
you
care
sat
for him.
at
It's
almost 10
completely
p.m. at
different,
night
and I truly
on a
hate
Wednesday
that
night,
man.
August 17th, 2022,
my
looking
God.
at Karen Read's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking to do anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses. Did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
You did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nude so far.
No nudes so far,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And they thought
You were
it
looking
was
for
funny.
naked photographs of Miss Reed
Or gave us
on a
thumbs
Wednesday
up
night
or whatever
as
it
you
was
sat in
he
your
did.
office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed,
Um,
Like I
correct?
said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so
I
much
swear
as
to God, if I
objectively
use that
investigating
siren
Karen
every
Read
time he
as
was full of
objectifying,
shit.
correct?
Objection.
Never stop
I'll
clicking
allow
that
that.
button.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as
There goes the
objectifying
water.
in those moments, correct?
His nerves gave him dry mouth.
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Hey,
Well, let me ask you
Dodo.
a question. Did you find any nudes?
Again,
They're coming.
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Read?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, your Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Unetti, didn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
All this, but not to
Object
me.
to what?
Sure.
He's at.
Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And your Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't you?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
Use my copy.
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
Right?
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only
They're
didn't
supposed to
ride
be
you for
funny.
making comments like this,
Former
Encourage
trooper, pooper,
Objection.
scooper.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're a Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Back to Al.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was
I
given to
forgot
you by the
about my
court, correct?
picture
Objection.
today. I gotta
Sustained.
get back to that in a minute.
Trooper Proctor,
Camera,
you agree that the
away from
hallmark
us.
of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in the Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Ah. I can't believe he just
Basically,
admitted it
You
like
follow the
that.
evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a
Yes,
suspect until they're
Soto.
not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm making picture. I started
It's
making a
especially
picture
important
of him
early
and
in an investigation
Nancy
before all
Bev,
of the
but I
facts are
got
known.
sidetracked.
That the investigator is not
But I
compromised
don't get
by
it done
bias,
before we
prejudice, right?
finish today. I will
Correct.
show tomorrow.
Most important
Finish
early
it
in the
tonight.
investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But you
But in
did
this
that.
case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today? All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to
Nancy Bev,
tab
why'd you
2
even
in the
let him
binder in front of you.
start if you're gonna just cut him off? right when it's getting
Can you take
good.
a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engage with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some
Bird,
other folks in there. They're
Whitey,
identified
and
by at least the last 4 digits of their phone
Here.
number,
Hey,
correct?
Bourbon.
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this
Glad to see
investigation.
you. Thanks for
correct?
stopping by.
Yes.
Hey, everybody.
Super Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged
Let's
with
take a break. This is our break for the day. Sorry, we're just getting into this, but Bourbon stopped by, and I gotta give my respects to his amazing page and play my favorite song. And you guys all know what that is already. Bear with me a moment. He had a great video. If you guys haven't seen his premiere from today, it was excellent. Always makes me laugh. Every time I go here, I can't find it for some reason, and then I find it. Like I do this every single time. Why can I never find it? There it goes. Because it doesn't load fast enough. That's my problem. Here we go. Hold on. If I can get it to start. There.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy. I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy.
If someone can put Bourbon's link in the chat for me, I would truly appreciate it. Thank you.
As a hog, all I do is mumble. Do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not 1 guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah.
It's the best. Sorry, it just is. That is like, I don't know, the most perfect song ever. I just love it. Thank you, Fervent. All your content is amazing, but that is my absolute favorite. It makes me smile every time I watch it. Bourbon, get a restraining order. Whatever, Zach, get out of here. I mean, not really get out of here. I appreciate you viewing. Uh-oh, Zach's stalking Bourbon. Uh-oh. Woohoo! All right. That was our break for today. I know we didn't really take much of a break today, but that will be it for now because I'm really into this cross. I even paused my chores to comment. Yay! It's so good, isn't it? I love it. It's so good. Whoa, I didn't even realize I did that. I don't know. Oh, that's how I'm like, how did my comments end up on the stream? Sorry. I actually like putting them up there, but when we're watching the trial, I don't want it all over the defendant's face, although it probably make a lot of them look better. Oh, thanks, Bourbon. I appreciate you. I'm still new to this. I'm getting there though. I have wonderful subscribers. At least 10 of them come here every day and watch this trial with me, as I have never seen the first trial. Obviously seen bits and pieces in everybody else's, funny clips and made content on YouTube. But in my channel, for those of you that are new, what I'm wanting to do with this channel is really deep dive into psychological phenomenon, especially within true crime, which my very first video, I was working on group thinking in the Karen Read, especially the anti-Karen Read group. And I realized in doing that and making evaluations that I couldn't truly grasp where it all started unless I watched it from the very beginning. And so that's what we're doing here. And those that I don't think I've seen, I think only a couple haven't seen the entire trial like me. Most people are revisiting it for epic moments like this AJ Cross of Michael Proctor. And we're going to get right back into it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Love ya.
These other 8 individuals, that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it was 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is
That's the point.
fallen
The same day.
in the yard at 34th
You've already
Avenue, correct?
made up
Correct.
your mind.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
That's
They
not.
they didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were
That didn't
you were
change
texting this to your high school
the
friends,
question.
again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit. correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question
Right.
that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit.
Oh,
Correct,
is
Mr.
it
Proctor?
proven? It's scheduled? Oh my God. It's going to be so good. I can't wait to see these. Oh my God. When I was in your chat earlier, I know that people said they couldn't wait for the depositions. I know that I saw the list. And was it you that put out the order? And somebody put out the order of the list too. And talking about if the order of the list they're going to be deposing means anything. The top three was Proctor's sister, and Brian Albert, I believe. I cannot wait.
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and
you
to the
haven't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get that. Finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer
Oh
who
my
fell in the
God.
snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
These people.
So sustained.
Oh
Ask
my
it differently,
God.
Mr. Jackson.
Talking about a deceased
Did you answer, she
cop.
waffled him? I looked at his
And
body
this
at the
is
hospital.
how, I mean, it's
I did
bad
answer that, yes.
enough what
And
he
then
said
Bird
about
questioned, she
Karen
waffled
Read.
him, correct?
This guy's talking about a fellow
Yes.
cop.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office
What
uncovered that day,
evidence?
the
The evidence
One shoot
is in
discovered at
your
the scene, the one
car,
shoot at the hospital, Mr.
they're
O'Keefe's
not
injuries,
logged
the broken
properly,
taillight pieces underneath the
motion in
snow.
Mr. Proctor, I
custody.
didn't ask for explanation. I asked,
No,
did you, in
oh
your
my
mind, have this
God.
case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
yes,
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
yes,
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
So
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want to
Thank
draw
you,
the
guys,
question.
shut up.
No, go ahead.
Let him-
We entered this
you know,
investigation with an
just
open mind. It was
stick-
given to me as a medical
You're
situation.
injecting
And when we
yourself.
saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose, is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
He asked,
60 plus.
He didn't ask that. He asked, oh
60
my
plus miles per
God.
hour. So I
You
can't
have to
recall off right now, top of my head, as far as
justify
injuries in the
every
past pedestrian
answer.
strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again.
Thank
Have
you,
ever,
Sarah.
yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a
Yes.
vehicle pedestrian incident?
Please
in which
go
the pedestrian
subscribe to Fervent
has no
if you
bruises?
have not.
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you're responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
Wow.
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's
releasing all
name
this other
with your buddies from high school,
information.
right?
Correct.
And you had no
Why
problem
ignore
sharing
that
Karen
question?
Read's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton, correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
What did I say?
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537, 5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Good.
Correct.
Listen, no, that's
And then Trooper Proctor, you
51-50,
responded,
silly.
yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Read?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that
But you didn't do that.
day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see.
Overwhelming
Let's keep
amount of
reading, shall we?
evidence. Bullshit.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes
Right.
gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts,
What a
did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had,
You
I'm sorry, go
count.
ahead.
You
So
didn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from
Oh
all
my
accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Read, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's
No
a
ass.
babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
I love how he
Weird
rushes
Fall River
through some of
accent,
these
though.
comments.
You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body or physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates.
She's
She's
fucked.
fucked, right?
Correct.
Wow.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said zero chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I'm going to make sure, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's
Yeah,
something I
that
shouldn't have
doesn't
done.
Well, I think we all know it was
It's
unprofessional.
funny.
It's a lot of things.
You
I'm
only
asking,
think
did
it's
you think it was funny?
unprofessional because you got caught.
According to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, "Is that chick a smoke?" Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
There's that sigh.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks.
God, I
poo,
feel so
correct?
bad for her having.
All right, so
to
I'm
do all
going to strike
this.
that. You can get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir. No.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues?
Just like you didn't care there
that
was
she
a
suffered
good
when she was
cop on
victim
the
of
lawn.
for years. Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustain.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. Outside.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony? that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of that word.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Read?
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course not.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Wow.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If you'd review that and look up when you finish. There you are.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
it does.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and
Can you
McCabe
show
families?
me?
And you
If
answered,
can show
quote,
me. That's
I,
always
to
what
the best of my
you-
recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Have you got
Well, the
your
question wasn't, did you know most of the
correspondence?
Alberts? The question was, do you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
Oh my
I know
God.
some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have
relationships.
been a time
Uh,
to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
wow.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you
Lying
never have gone to any
scumbag.
supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question?
You didn't ask if
Did
it
not
was
have
a close
relationships
relationship.
or no members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was
You
Chris,
understand
Julie,
the
and Colin.
question.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie,
This
correct?
is so
Objection.
beyond
System.
frustrating.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor, Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been
Yeah,
over to your
I've
parents'
thought
house?
about that.
Yes.
I don't know how she put up with this man.
Have you ever been over
As
to your
long as
parents'
she
house?
did.
Any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
I've
Yes.
seen rumors that they don't live
Those Alberts
together
include
anymore,
Chris
or
Albert,
she
Julie
left
Albert,
him
Colin
or
Albert,
something.
correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't blame her if she did. I don't know how she stuck by him for as
As a
long
matter
as
of fact,
she did.
you were on or around January 29th, 2022. You were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
So tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize it as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Can you move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
I'll be right back, guys.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please. Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have just a moment.
Yes.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine. Just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't know the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case.
Correct.
It was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the Caves too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, "Don't say a word to anyone," correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, "Of course not." Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you take her text, this is your livelihood, I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister,
All right.
quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. You got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling
I had to take a work
Courtney,
call.
your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
Your
that part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
I don't feel bad for
No,
this
absolutely
piece of shit, but I get what you're saying
And
though.
then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Because it
Correct.
gets so,
And then she wrote, I
so
bet I know the
cringe and
person.
embarrassing.
Sounds like it
and
is, meaning it is a big
Then you
deal.
remember who's
right?
on the stand and what he did.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
Can't answer that, can you?
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised, shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing too specific.
Newsworthy, would you have gone to the
Wow.
news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Exactly.
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
That's right, Moni. That's what, number 3 son?
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I
he
share with my
played
sister
on that really loud, didn't he?
contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's no conversations. That's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone
Newsworthy. Why
to
is he
news.
using
Just
that term?
definitely been
Now,
conversations in
He just
that regard.
changed his testimony from what he said.
Then before you
minutes
ever
ago.
interviewed Julie, your sister
he
informed you
didn't
that
talk to
Julie
her
actually wanted
verbally
to
about
get you a
the case.
gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift.
Thank you.
And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one,
Get Elizabeth one what?
referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well,
I don't
Courtney
know
Proctor
if
answers
that's
that question by saying, because I guess
Wow.
her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
We're going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
Fine if you want.
Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
I'll be
Trooper
there.
Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you? No, you can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I'll take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
You might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
Oh, Moni, you
Wait,
and
is
your
there-
songs. Which one of
My
these
mistake.
will
I
be
thought it was
stuck
in
in
the
my
tab.
head
It's not.
later?
This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show
but-
Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
You think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
The evening crew is awesome, Katie.
Take a look at that. First,
His
let me just ask you
chat
if
is
I refresh
always
your
awesome, I'll
recollection.
be honest.
It does, sir.
Always.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022? Is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, sir.
Any objection sustained?
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report
He always
is
goes
the thing
late.
that's turned over to
Tony,
the Commonwealth,
like my
correct?
1 hour
Yes.
And the
stream
report
is
is
now
the thing that's
lasted
entered into discovery
an hour
and
and
provided to the
45
defense.
minutes, or
Correct.
2 hours and 15
And isn't it
minutes.
true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson? Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report,
What?
the formal report, this one,
Whoa.
you did
Did
not
you hear
believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
First, Colin wasn't mentioned because he wasn't there when the people anyone arrived from the waterfall. And then he says this.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally,
I didn't rewind it
the
enough.
one name, Colin. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report,
He arrived later in the evening. Did you just catch that? He said he didn't include Colin at first because he was already gone from the house by the time anyone from the waterfall showed up. But now he says, oh, he arrived later in the evening than the girls.
formal report,
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
The other females
time
were
that-
there from the start. That totally contradicts what he just said. And saying that Colin arrived later in the evening? It'll be worth it, Katie. We'll make sure you'll have fun. Here, see? What it says, we'll have fun. Yeah, so many lies.
you
It's
wrote your
insane. Like I don't even understand his justification for saying that. Like how Colin Albert didn't arrive, according to everybody that once they did mention him. This is almost like a slip of the tongue that he knew something that no one else is talking about. Saying that Colin Albert arrived later than the girls. The girls are already there. What? Yeah. The parents at the bar, Colin was already supposedly gone by the time the parents got home, or was leaving as some of them got home, which then the story changed that he was already gone. Oh, and then that he was leaving when Jen McCabe got there. I mean, the amount of times that this story has changed is, I mean, it's not, I always use this word and I hate it because I use it all the time. It's ridiculous, but I can't think of a better word.
Report, the formal report, this one.
Mhm.
You did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert-
Trooper Zach Clark.
One at a time. I
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told
thank you.
that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at
Thank you,
12:10
thank
a.m.
you.
and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after
Holy
that, right?
shit.
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to
Okay, guys, it's up to you what you want to do. Proctor's testimony, I did not realize how long his testimony is. His testimony is 3.5 hours, his cross and redirect. Now, I'm all for keep going. Or we can kind of watch a little bit longer, take a break, and come back tomorrow. What do you guys want to do? Well, you let me know. We'll keep going for a little bit. You guys let me know.
determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether telling the truth?
Oh, you guys are sweet. Whatever I want to do,
I did not.
your call.
Let me take a look at
Leave it up to
Tab
me.
8.
Aw, you guys are awesome. ADD is gonna go make
Do
some
you recall
protein
looking
balls.
at all at the
Uh-oh.
Life 360 app?
Make
for
sure
its,
they're not
its
salty or
data from
squiddy
Southern
balls.
Airport?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data
Okay.
from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see how. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file
Yeah,
a
because
cell-
we're definitely not gonna get through all of it because of Aiden's on tonight. And I don't want to stream all night and then try to catch up on Aiden and the baker tonight. So I would let's go. It's what, 6:20? So we're at 1:25. Let's go another 12 minutes. That will leave an exactly 2 hours left of his testimony for tomorrow.
right report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623, in this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case,
Okay.
correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
He is so nervous.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses
He
that you
looks like
interviewed in
he's
days and
cute.
weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxon, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his case.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly didn't want to talk to anybody.
Hey guys, just on your note too, Danny has gone live for his pregame on for Aiden, and I'm trying to set up my redirect so when we're done in a few minutes that you guys will be sent over to Rat House Media automatically. I will let you know in a couple minutes if it works, so bear with me.
Who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike them.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, you heard
I
that.
didn't hear
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
He heard
yeah,
that.
which is the
He wanted him to
conclusion
be
you
able
jumped
to
to
repeat it. That's
17
ridiculous.
hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes. And that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally, Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency. Yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Read, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Read actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
May I inquire? Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Oh, you
Is that what you
guys,
saw?
I think
Playful fighting stances.
I cannot redirect
But you waited until
until
February
I'm
10th to interview him,
monetizing
correct?
because redirect is not
And you decided
an even
not to
an
image his
option
phone.
for me.
Is that
which
right?
sucks.
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent
It's
to
gone.
search his
I
phone, or to
looked it
take his
up
phone,
on
correct?
YouTube.
No.
You didn't seek a
Where
search
it's
warrant
supposed to
to get
be
his phone.
after
Is that
me.
right?
No, sir.
In the YouTube studio.
Did you
and
know
it's
that-
not there? Sorry, guys.
On January 29th at 2:22
Yeah,
a.m.,
she
there was a
pisses
call.
me off beyond. Like
between
I,
him and
I
Brian
can't
Albert?
stand
That
it.
one?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right.
Right. You
And
didn't
you
even
never
ask.
asked,
You
did
didn't
you?
even care.
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware.
You
of that
didn't
call
know they
at that
were
time
only
because
witnesses.
You didn't see his phone, correct?
Objection.
Mhm.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
If someone has the time, see, I was gonna try and like put the sidebars in between where where they were in watching this trial, but it just was going to be too difficult. But it would be good to know someone is able to find out. That would be crazy if we found out they didn't release them all.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination,
Well,
right?
we went
It didn't matter
beyond what I
one way or
planned
the other
because
because, like I said,
to
we
redirect
continue on
and
with the investigation.
I didn't want to cut
On April 28th, that same
this
day,
portion off.
you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Before we
Yeah.
get into text messaging again, let's stop here. I really appreciate you guys all being here with me today. Again, it's been a long day. I've been going over just about 5.5 hours. So again, I appreciate you all. I appreciate each and every one of you coming here and hanging out with me every day. And tomorrow be same time, same place, about 1 o'clock tomorrow. And then we won't be streaming as long tomorrow because I am going live tomorrow night with my second psych lesson with Mary B on projection. So it should be a good time. I'm sure we'll go petty. We'll have a little bit of fun, some laughs, get some shit off my chest. Should be a good time. So I hope to see you guys all tomorrow afternoon and again tomorrow night. And I will see you all in the chats, I'm sure, tonight, and TV and Rat House Media. So for now, I will see you guys soon. Thanks so much, guys. Love you all. Bye.